Shalom, brethren, and welcome all who would like to listen to the book of Exodus. Now we are told for the Feast of Tabernacles, which is the Feast of Tents, also known as Sukkot, that is happening now, that we are to dwell in tents, so that our generations may remember that we were delivered by God out of Egypt. So let us thank our Holy Father through Messiah that we were delivered out of Egypt. And we know that Egypt represents sin, and Messiah delivers us out of sin. So keep that in mind, that this whole book is about Messiah. And really keep that in mind, because people can really kind of think the New Testament is about Messiah, and this is not, but this is about Messiah. So, wow, I'm really glad that this one is a popular one. I'm glad people want to hear the Bible read. So I'll do an intermission. At chapter 25, I'm going to do a 20-minute intermission, and I'll probably put on something from the Grafted Church where they're doing some music at their Sukkot celebration, just so there's something to watch during the intermission. And here we go. Let's get started. So I like context, so I'm starting with Genesis chapter 50. And Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept upon him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. And the physicians embalmed Israel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him. For so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Egyptians mourned for him 60 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spake unto the house of Pharaoh, saying, If I now have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die in my grave, which I have digged for me, in the land of Canaan, there shalt thou bury me. Now therefore, let me go up, I pray thee, and bury my father, and I will come again. And Pharaoh said, Go up, and bury your father, according as he made you swear. And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Egypt. And all the house of Joseph, and his brethren, and his father's house, only their little ones and their flocks and their herds they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond Jordan. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said, This is grievous mourning to the Egyptians. Therefore, the name of it was called Abel Mitzrayim, which is beyond Jordan. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite before Mamre. And Joseph returned to Egypt, he and his brethren, and all that went up with him to bury his father after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will peradventure hate us, and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him. And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying, Your father did command before he died, saying, So shall ye say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray you now, the trespass of your brethren, and their sin. For they did unto you evil. And now we pray you, forgive the trespass of the servants of the God of your father. And Joseph wept when they spake unto him. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face. And they said, Behold, we be your servants. And Joseph said unto them, Fear not, for am I in the place of God? But as for you, you thought evil against me, but God meant it unto good, to bring to pass, as it is this day, to save much people alive. Therefore, fear you not. I will nourish you and your little ones. And he comforted them and spake kindly unto them. And Joseph dwelt in Egypt, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation, and the children also of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I die, and God will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land, unto the land which he sware to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And Joseph took another of the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence. So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt. Okay, and this live stream came up simply because I decided I would read the book of Exodus to remember our Exodus for the Feast of Tabernacles. And I decided if I'm going to read it, I may as well make it something everyone can listen to. So I'm going to try to read a little bit faster as I go. In fact, in the interest of reading faster, right now I'm going to change it to like plain English. So there we go. This will be easier for me to read a little faster and it won't drag on as long. So my intention is to not talk again until the intermission at chapter 25. So here we go with the book of Exodus. Now these the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt, every man and his household came with Jacob. Reuben, Shimeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Egypt. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Israel were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, Behold, the people of the children of Israel, more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get themselves up out of the land. Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, And they were grieved because of the children of Israel. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard bondage in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service wherein they made them serve with rigor. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one, Shiphrah, and the name of the other, Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see upon the stools, if it a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared God, and did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives, and said unto them, why have ye done this thing, and have saved the men children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women, not as the Egyptian women, for they lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Therefore God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied, and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bare a son. And when she saw him, that he a goodly, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein. And she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off to witness what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch him. And when she had opened, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept, and she had compassion on him, and said, this of the Hebrews' children. Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee? And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, go. And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give you wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said, because I drew him out of the water. And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens. And he spied an Egyptian smiting an Hebrew, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Egyptian, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. That is, they were fighting together. And he said to him that did the wrong, wherefore smitest you your fellow? And he said, who made you a prince and a judge over us? Intend you to kill me as you killed the Egyptian? And Moshe feared and said, surely this thing is known. Now, when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian. And he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moshe stood up and helped them. and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, How is it that ye are come so soon today? And they said, An Egyptian. And they said, An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock. And he said unto his daughters, And where is he? Why, ye have left the man. Call him, that he may eat bread. And Moshe was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moshe Zipporah, his daughter, and she bare him a son. And he called his name Gershom, because he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried, and their cry came up unto God by reason of the bondage. And God heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them. Now Moshe kept the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. And he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God, to Horeb. And the angel of Jehovah appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when Jehovah saw that he turned aside to see, God called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moshe, Moshe. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Draw not near hither, draw not near here, but off your shoes from off your feet. For the place whereon you stand is sacred ground. Moreover, he said, I, the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. And Jehovah said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, because I know their sorrows. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanites and Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now, therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppress them. Come now, therefore, I will send thee unto Pharaoh, and that you may bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And Moshe said unto God, Who am I that I should go up unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he said, Certainly, I will be with you, and this a token unto you, that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Egypt, you shall serve God upon this mountain. And Moshe said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moshe, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am hath sent me unto you. And God said moreover unto Moshe, Thus shall you say unto the children of Israel, Jehovah, God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath sent me unto you. This my name forever, and this my memorial unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Israel together, and say unto them, Jehovah, God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Egypt. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt unto the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken to your voice, and you shall come, you and the elders of Israel, unto the king of Egypt. And ye shall say unto him, Jehovah, God of the Hebrews, has met with us. And now let us go, we beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Jehovah our God. And I am sure that the king of Egypt will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. Okay, my computer froze up kind of stumbled for a second. And I will stretch out my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that he will let you go. And I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty, but every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourneth in her house jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Egyptians. And Moshe answered and said, But behold, they will not trust me, nor hearken unto my voice. For they will say, Jehovah hath not appeared unto thee. And Jehovah said unto him, What is that in your hand? And he said, A rod. And he said, Cast it to the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from before it. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Put forth your hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. That they may trust that Jehovah, God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has appeared unto you. And Jehovah said furthermore unto him, Put now your hand into your bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom. And when he took out, behold, his hand leprous as snow. And he said, Put your hand in your bosom again. And he put his hand in his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom. And behold, it was turned again as his other flesh. And it shall come to pass, if they will not trust you, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not trust also these two signs, neither hearken unto your voice, that you shall take of the water of the river, and pour upon the dry land. And the water which thou take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land. And Moshe said unto Jehovah, O my Lord, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore nor since you have spoken unto your servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. And Jehovah said unto him, Who has made man's mouth? Or who makes the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, Yehovah? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you will say. And he said, O my Lord, send, I pray you, by the hand of him whom you will send. And the anger of Yehovah was kindled against Moshe, and he said, Not Aaron the Levite, your brother? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he comes forth to meet you. And when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak unto him, and put words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. And he shall be your spokesperson unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to you instead of a mouth, and you shall be to him instead of God. And you shall take his rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs. Oh, you shall take this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs. And Moshe went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren which in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moshe, Go in peace. And Yehovah said unto Moshe in Midian, Go, return into Egypt, for all the men that are dead, for all the men are dead which sought your life. And Moshe took his wife and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Egypt. And Moshe took the rod of God in his hand. Wow. And Yehovah said unto Moshe, When you go to return into Egypt, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put in your hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And you shall say unto Pharaoh, Thus says Yehovah, Israel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. If you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your son, your firstborn. And it came to pass by the way in the inn that Yehovah met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah, excuse me, then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son. Did I skip something? No, but this must be referring to Moshe's firstborn son or something. And it came to pass by the way in the inn that Yehovah met him and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast at his feet and said, Surely a bloody husband you are to me. So he let him go. Then she said, A bloody husband you are, because of the circumcision. And Yehovah said to Aaron, Go into the wilderness to meet Moshe. And he went and met him in the mount of God, and kissed him. And Moshe told Aaron all the words of Yehovah, who had sent him, and all the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel. And Aaron spoke all the words which Yehovah had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people trusted. And when they heard that Yehovah had visited the children of Israel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Okay. And afterward Moshe and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, Thus says Yehovah, God of Israel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said, Who is Jehovah, that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not Jehovah, neither will I let Israel go. And they said, The God of the Hebrews has met with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Jehovah our God, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword. And the king of Egypt said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, let the people... and the king of Egypt said unto them, Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens? And Pharaoh said, Behold, the people of the land now many, and ye make them rest from their burdens. And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick. As heretofore, let them go and gather the straw for themselves. And the tale of the bricks which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our God. Let there more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spake to the people, saying, Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where ye can find it. Yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted, saying, Fulfill your works, daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters set over them, were beaten, and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick, both yesterday and today, as heretofore? Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore deal you with us? Wherefore deal you thus with your servants? There is no straw given unto your servants. And they say to us, Make brick. And behold, your servants beaten. But the fault is in your own people. But he said, You are idle. Ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and sacrifice to Jehovah. Go therefore now, work, for there shall no straw be given you. Yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case, after it was said, Ye shall not minish at all from your bricks of your daily task. And they met Moshe and Aaron, who stood in the way, as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them, Jehovah look upon you and judge, because ye have made our savor to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us. And Moshe returned unto Jehovah and said, Lord, wherefore have you so evil entreated this people? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to his people. Neither have you delivered your people at all. Then Jehovah said unto Moshe, Now shall you see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand he shall drive them out of his land. And God spake unto Moshe and said unto him, I, Jehovah, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of God Almighty, but by my name, Jehovah, was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage. And I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore, say unto the children of Israel, I, Jehovah, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm and with great judgments. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a God, and ye shall know that I, Jehovah, your God, which brings you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you in unto the land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. And I will give it you for an heritage. I, Jehovah. And Moshe spake so unto the children of Israel. But they hearkened not unto Moshe, because anguish of spirit, and because cruel bondage. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moshe spake before Jehovah, saying, Behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And Jehovah spake unto Moshe and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel, and unto Pharaoh king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. These be the heads of their fathers' houses. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Hanok, and Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. These the families of Reuben. And the sons of Shimeon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanitish woman. These the families of Shimeon. And these the names of the sons of Levi according to their generations, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi, 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Libni, and Shimi, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Izhar, and Hebron, and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kohath, 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Mahali, and Mushi. These the families of Levi, according to their generations. And Amram took him Jochebed, his father's sister, to wife. And she bare him Aaron and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram, 137 years. And the sons of Isar, Korah, and Nepheg, and Zikri. And the sons of Uziel, Mishael, and Elzaphan, and Zithri. And Aaron took him Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab. Yeah, I had that right the first time. Sister of Nashon, to wife. And she bare him Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Yethamar. And the sons of Korah, Asir, and Elkanah, and Abiasaph. These the families of the Korhites. And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took him of the daughters of Putiel to wife. and she bare him Phinehas. These the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their families. These are the Aaron and Moses, to whom Jehovah said, Bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies. These are they which spake to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These, that Moshe and Aaron. And it came to pass on the day when Jehovah spake unto Moshe in the land of Egypt, that Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, I, Jehovah, speak you unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say unto you. And Moshe said before Jehovah, Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips, and how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? And Jehovah said unto Moshe, See, I have made you a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aaron your brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt, and bring forth mine armies, and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgments. And the Egyptians shall know that I, Jehovah, when I stretch forth mine hand upon Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from among them. And Moshe and Aaron did as Jehovah commanded them, so did they. And Moshe, 80 years old, and Aaron, 83 years old, when they spake unto Pharaoh. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe and unto Aaron, saying, When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, then you shall say unto Aaron, Take your rod, and cast before Pharaoh. It shall become a serpent. And Moshe and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did as Jehovah had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. And Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments, because they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Jehovah had said. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Pharaoh's heart hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goes out unto the water, and you shall stand by the river's brink against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shall you make in your hand. And thou shalt say unto him, Jehovah, God of the Hebrews, has sent me unto you, saying, Let my people go, and they may serve me, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto you would not hear. Thus says Jehovah, in this you shall know that I, Jehovah, behold, I will smite with the rod that is mine, that is mine hand, upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that are in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, Say unto Aaron, Take your rod, and stretch out your hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon their pools of water, that they may become blood. And there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moshe and Aaron did so, as Jehovah commanded, and he lifted up the rod and smote the waters that were in the river in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants, and all the waters that in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as Jehovah had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Jehovah had smitten the river. And Pharaoh spake unto Moshe, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Jehovah, Let my people go, that they may serve me. If you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all your borders with frogs, and the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed, and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into your ovens, and into your kneading troughs. And the frog shall come up both on you, and upon your people, and upon all your servants. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, Say unto Aaron, Stretch forth your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt. And Aaron stretched forth and stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt. And the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe, and Aaron said, Entreat Jehovah, that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Jehovah. And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me. When shall I entreat for you, and for your servants and for your people, to destroy the frogs for you in your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, Tomorrow. And he said, According to your word, that you may know that none like unto Jehovah our God. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moshe and Aaron went out from Pharaoh. And Moshe cried unto Jehovah, because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Jehovah did according to the word of Moshe, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as Jehovah had said. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Say unto Aaron, Stretch out thy rod, and smite the dirt of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt. And they did so, because Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dirt of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt. I kept saying dirt. Dust might refer to sand. I don't know. And the Egyptians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lice. Oh, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beast. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, This the finger of God. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened unto them as Jehovah. He hearkened not unto them as Jehovah had said. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he comes forth to the water. And say unto him, Thus says Jehovah, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms upon thee, and upon your servants, and upon your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen. I will sever, and I will sever in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarm shall be there, to the end you may know that I, Jehovah, in the midst of the earth. And I will put division between my people and your people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And Jehovah did so. And there came a grievous swarm into the house of Pharaoh and his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarms. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aaron and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your God in the land. And Moshe said, It is not meet so to do, because we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to Jehovah our God. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness and sacrifice to Jehovah our God, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to Jehovah your God in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me. And Moshe said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat Jehovah, that the swarms may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, from his people, tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more in not letting the people go to sacrifice to Jehovah. And Moshe went out from Pharaoh, and entreated Jehovah. And Jehovah did according to the word of Moshe, and he removed the swarms from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Then Jehovah said unto Moshe, Go unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus says Jehovah, God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Jehovah is upon your cattle which is in the field, upon your horses, upon your asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, and upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous murrain. I believe that would be a dying off disease, something like that. And Jehovah shall sever between the cattle of Israel and the cattle of Egypt, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children's of Israel. And Jehovah appointed a set time, saying, Tomorrow Jehovah shall do this thing in the land. And Jehovah did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Egypt died, but of the cattle of the children of Israel died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one cattle of the Israelites dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Jehovah said unto Moshe and unto Aaron, Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it toward the heaven in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in the land of Egypt, and shall be a boil breaking forth blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Egypt. And they took ashes of the furnace and stood before Pharaoh. And Moshe sprinkled it up towards the sky, and it became a boil breaking forth blains upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Egyptians. And Jehovah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as Jehovah had spoken unto Moshe. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Jehovah, God of the Hebrews, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Because I will at this time send all my plagues upon your heart, and upon your servants, and upon your people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. Because now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite you and your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed, for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power, that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exalts you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go. Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Egypt since the foundation thereof, even until now. Send therefore now, gather your cattle, and all that you have in the field, every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die. He that feared the word of Jehovah among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Jehovah left his servants and his cattle in the field. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Stretch forth your hand towards sky, that there may be hail in all the land of Egypt. Behold, upon man and upon beast and upon every herb of the field throughout the land of Egypt. And Moshe stretched forth his rod towards sky, and Jehovah sent thunder and hail, and fire ran along upon the ground, and Jehovah rained hail upon the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire mingled with hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Egypt all that in the field, both man and beast. The hail smote every herb of the field, and every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moshe and Aaron, and said unto them, I have sinned this time. Jehovah righteous, and I and my people wicked. Entreat Jehovah, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, and I will let you go, and ye shall stay no longer. And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto Jehovah. The thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how that the earth is Jehovah's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you will not fear Jehovah God. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley in the ear, and the flax bald. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they not grown up. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread abroad his hands unto Jehovah, and the thunders and hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as Jehovah had spoken by Moshe. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that you may tell in the ears of your son and of your son's son what things I have wrought in Egypt, and my signs which I have done among them, that they may know that I am Jehovah. And Moshe and Aaron came in unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus says Jehovah, God of the Hebrews, how long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow will I bring the locusts into the coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth, and they shall eat the residue of that which is escaped, which remains unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which grows for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Egyptians, which neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself, and he went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve Jehovah their God. Know you not yet that Egypt is destroyed? And Moshe and Aaron were brought again unto Pharaoh, and he said unto them, Go, serve Jehovah your God. But who are they that shall go? And Moshe said, We will go with our young and with our old, and with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds will we go, for we must hold a feast unto Jehovah. And he said unto them, Let Jehovah be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, because evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve Jehovah. If I read that wrong, he said unto them, Let Jehovah be so with you, as I will let you go. And your little ones, look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve Jehovah. For that ye did desire, and they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Stretch out thine hand over the land of Egypt, because the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Egypt, and eat every herb of the land, all that the hail has left. And Moshe stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and Jehovah brought an east wind upon the land all that day, and all night, when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. One moment. And the locusts went up over all the land of Egypt, and rested in all the coasts of Egypt. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. Because they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aaron in haste, and he said, I have sinned against Jehovah, your God, and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray you, my sin only this once, and entreat Jehovah, your God, that he may take away from me this death only. And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated Jehovah. And Jehovah turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts, and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Egypt. But Jehovah hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Stretch out thine hand toward sky, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, even darkness which may be felt. And Moshe stretched forth his hand toward sky, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Israel had a light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moshe and said, Go ye, serve Jehovah, only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you. And Moshe said, You must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Jehovah, our God. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not an hoof be left behind, because therefore must we take to serve Jehovah, our God. And we know not with what we must serve Jehovah until we come there. But Jehovah hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him, Get you from me, take heed to yourself, see my face no more, because in that day you see my face, you shall die. And Moshe said, You have spoken well. I will see your face again no more. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Yet will I bring one plague upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold. And Jehovah said, and Jehovah gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. Moreover, the man Moshe very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moshe said, Thus says Jehovah, About midnight will I go out in the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sits upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the city of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that Jehovah does put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these your servants shall come down unto me, and bow themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow you, and after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in a great anger. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moshe and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and Jehovah hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month unto you the beginning of months, it the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take out from the sheep or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike on the two sides of posts, and on the upper door posts of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire and unleavened bread, with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire. His head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remains of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and ye shall eat it in haste. It is Jehovah's Passover. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgment, I, Jehovah. And the blood shall be to you for a token upon the houses where ye are, and when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy, when I smite the land of Egypt. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Jehovah throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whosoever eats leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day be a sacred gathering, and in the 7th day there shall be a sacred gathering to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save which every man must eat. That only may be done of you. And ye shall observe unleavened bread, for in this self same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first, on the 14th day of the month at even, ye shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st day of the month at even. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses, for whosoever eats that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing leavened, in all your habitations shall ye eat unleavened bread. Then Moshe called for all the elders of Israel, and said unto them, Draw out and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, dip in the blood that in the basin, and strike the lintel on the 2 side posts with the blood that in the basin. And none of you shall go out that door of his house until morning. Because Jehovah will pass through to smite the Egyptians. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, Jehovah will pass over that door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite. And ye shall observe this thing for an ordinance to you and to your sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye be come to the land which Jehovah will give you, according as he has promised, that ye shall keep his service. And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service? That ye shall say, It, the sacrifice of Jehovah's Passover, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Israel went away and did as Jehovah commanded Moshe and Aaron. So they did. And it came to pass that at midnight Jehovah smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne, unto the firstborn of the captive that in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry in Egypt, because not a house where not one dead. And he called for Moshe and Aaron by night, and said, Rise up, and get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Israel, and go, serve Jehovah, as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste, because they said, We'll all be dead. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Israel did according to the word of Moshe. And they borrowed of the Egyptians jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, that is, clothing. And Jehovah gave the people favor in the sight of the Egyptians, so that they lent unto them, and they spoiled the Egyptians. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot, men beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough, which they brought forth out of Egypt, because it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Egypt, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. Now, the sojourning of the children of Israel who dwelt in Egypt 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day, it came to pass that all the hosts of Jehovah went out from the land of Egypt. It is a night to be much observed unto Jehovah for bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of Jehovah to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generations. And Jehovah said unto Moshe and Aaron, This, the ordinance of the Passover. There shall no stranger eat thereof. But every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall he eat thereof. A foreigner and an hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth aught of the flesh, as you shall not carry forth any of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the congregation of Israel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you and will keep the Passover to Jehovah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land, for no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One law shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourns among you. Thus did all the children of Israel, as Jehovah commanded Moshe and Aaron, so did they. And it came to pass, the selfsame day, Jehovah did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt by their armies. I think that's actually by their hosts, as in by their multitudes. And hello, everyone. I've been seeing you all come in, just trying to not interrupt. And here we go, out of Egypt. Haha. Okay. And Jehovah spake unto Moses, saying, Sanctify unto me all the firstborn. Whatsoever opens the womb among the children of Israel, of man and of beast, it is mine. And Moshe said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the houses of bondage, for by strength of the hand of Jehovah brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib. And it shall be when Jehovah shall bring you into the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he sware unto your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days ye shall eat unleavened bread, in the 7th day a feast to Jehovah. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no leavened bread be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And you shall show your son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which Jehovah did unto me when I came forth out of Egypt. And it shall be for a sign unto you upon your hand, and for a memorial between your eyes, that Jehovah's law may be in your mouth. Because with a strong hand has Jehovah brought you out of Egypt. You shall therefore keep his ordinance in his season from year to year. And it shall be when Jehovah shall bring you into the land of the Canaanites, as he sware unto you and to your fathers, and he shall give it you, that you shall set apart unto Jehovah all that opens the matrix, that is the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which you have, the males shall be Jehovah's. And every firstling of an ass You shall redeem with a lamb, and if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. And it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say unto him, By strength of hand, Jehovah brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Jehovah slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Jehovah all that open the womb, being males. But all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a token upon your head, and for your and for frontlets between your eyes. For by strength of hand Jehovah brought us forth out of Egypt. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that God led them not the way of the land of the Philistines, although that was near, because God said, Lest peradventure the people repent when they see war, and they return to Egypt. But God led the people about the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea, and the children of Israel went up harnessed out of the land of Egypt. And Moshe took the bones of Joseph with him, because he had straitly sworn the children of Israel, saying, God will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones away hence with you. And they took their journey from Succoth, and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness. And Jehovah went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, that they turn and encamp before Pihahiroth, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal-zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Israel, They entangled in the land, the wilderness hath shut them up. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them. And I will be honored upon Pharaoh and upon all his hosts, that the Egyptians may know that I, Jehovah. And they did so. And it was told the king of Egypt that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and of his servants was turned against the people. And they said, Why have we done this, that we have let Israel go from serving us? And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Egypt, and captains over every one of them. And Jehovah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. And he pursued after the children of Israel. And the children of Israel went out with an high hand. But the Egyptians pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pihahiroth, before Baal-zephon. And when Pharaoh drew near, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Egyptians marched after them, and they were sore afraid. And the children of Israel cried out unto Jehovah, and they said unto Moshe, Because no graves in Egypt have you taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore have you dealt thus with us to carry us forth out of Egypt? Not this the word that we did tell you in Egypt, saying, let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians? Because better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness. And Moshe said unto the people, fear not, stand still, and see the salvation of Jehovah, which he will show to you today. For the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Jehovah shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. I believe that means ye shall be silent. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, wherefore cry you unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel, that they go forward. But lift up your rod, and stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Israel shall go on dry through the midst of the sea. And I, behold, I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians, that they shall follow them, and I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the Egyptians shall know that I, Jehovah, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the angel of God, which went before the camp of Israel, removed and went behind them. And the pillar of the cloud went from before their face, and stood behind them. And it came between the camp of the Egyptians and the camp of Israel, and it was a cloud of darkness to them. But it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all night. One moment. And Moshe stretched out his hand over the sea, and Jehovah caused the sea to go by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursued and went in after them to the midst of the sea, all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch Jehovah looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Egyptians, and took off their chariot wheels, that they drave them heavily, so that the Egyptians said, let us flee from the face of Israel, for Jehovah fights for them against the Egyptians. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen. And Moshe stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength when the morning appeared, and the Egyptians fled against it. And Jehovah overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. And the waters returned and covered the chariots and horsemen, all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of Israel walked upon dry in the midst of the sea, and the waters a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Thus Jehovah saved Israel that day out of the hand of the Egyptians, and Israel saw the Egyptians dead upon the seashore. And Israel saw that great work which Jehovah did upon the Egyptians. And the people feared Jehovah and trusted Jehovah and his servant Moshe. Then sang Moshe and the children of Israel this song unto Jehovah, and spake, saying, I will sing unto the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. Jehovah, my strength and song. And he is become my salvation. He is my God, and I will prepare him an habitation, my father's God, and I will exalt him. Jehovah, a man of war, Jehovah, his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host have he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Jehovah, is become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Jehovah, has dashed in pieces the enemy. In the greatness of your excellency, you have overthrown them that rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath, consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright as a heap. The depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil, my lust shall be satisfied upon them, I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You did blow with your wind. The sea covered them, they sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who like unto you, O Jehovah, among the gods? Who, like you, glorious in holiness, fearful praises, doing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You, in your mercy, have led forth people. You have redeemed. You have guided in your strength unto your sacred habitation. The people shall hear, be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Palestina. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed. The mighty men of Moab, trembling, shall take hand upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them. By the greatness of your arm, they shall be still as a stone, till your people pass over. O Jehovah, till the people pass over, which you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, the place, O Jehovah, you have made. You have made for yourself to dwell in, the sanctuary. O Jehovah, your hands have established. Jehovah shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and Jehovah brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Israel went on dry in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and with dances. And Miriam answered them, Sing ye to Jehovah, because he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea. So Moshe brought Israel from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Mara, they could not drink of the waters of Mara because they were bitter. And therefore, the name of it was called Mara. And the people murmured against Moshe, saying, "What shall we drink?" And he cried unto Jehovah, and Jehovah showed him a tree. When he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he tested them, and said, "If you will diligently hearken to the voice of Jehovah your God, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, because I, Jehovah, that heals you." And they came to Elim. There 12 wells of water and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the congregation of the children of Israel came unto the wilderness of Sin, which between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the second month after their departing out of the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moshe and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Israel said unto them, "Would to go we had died by the hand of Jehovah in the land of Egypt." Oh, would to go. That's not right. And the children of Israel said unto them, "Would to God we had died by the hand of Jehovah in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, when we did eat bread to the full, for ye have brought us forth into the wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger." Then said Jehovah unto Moshe, "Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may test them, whether they will walk in my Torah or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily." And Moshe and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel at even, "Then ye shall know that Jehovah has brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Jehovah, because that he hears your murmurings against Jehovah. And what we, that ye murmur against us?" And Moshe said, "When Jehovah shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that Jehovah hears your murmurings which ye murmur against him. And what we? Your murmurings, not against us, but against Jehovah." And Moshe spake unto Aaron, "Say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, Come near before Jehovah, because he has heard your murmurings." And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Jehovah appeared in a cloud. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, "I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, At even you shall eat flesh, and at evening you shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I, Jehovah, your God." And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness, a small round thing, as small as the hoar of frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw, they said one to another, "It manna," for they um, wist. I think that's referring to wisdom or something. Um, for they wist not what it was. And Moshe said unto them, "This, the bread which Jehovah has given you to eat. This thing which Jehovah has commanded, gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man, to the number of persons. Take ye every man for which in his tents." And the children of Israel did so, and gathered, some more, some less. And when they did meet with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moshe said, "Let no man leave of it till the morning." Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moshe, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moshe was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass, on the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moshe. And he said unto them, "This, that which Jehovah has said, tomorrow the rest of the sacred Sabbath unto Jehovah. Bake which ye will bake, and see that ye will seethe that ye will seethe." That is boiling meat foods. "And that which remains overlay up for you to be kept until morning." And they laid it up till the morning, as Moshe bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moshe said, "Eat that today, for today a Sabbath unto Jehovah. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it, but on the 7th day, the Sabbath, in it there shall be none." And it came to pass, there went out of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, "How long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my Torah? See, for that Jehovah has given you the Sabbath. Therefore he gives you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day." So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Israel called the name thereof manna, and it like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it like wafers with honey. And Moshe said, "This the thing which Jehovah commands, fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt." And Moshe said unto Aaron, "Take a pot, and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Jehovah, to be kept for your generations. As Jehovah commanded Moshe, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony, to be kept. Okay, I have to stop here. Do you guys see that? They were already writing this stuff down. That's what this testimony has got to be. Okay, I'll continue. But wow, that's incredible. I never noticed that before. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, in Omer, the 10th of an ephah. And all the congregation, how far have I gotten? Cool. And all the congregation of the children of Israel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin after their journeys, according to the commandment of Jehovah, and pitched in Rephidim, and was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moshe, and said, Give us water that we may drink. And Moshe said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do ye test Jehovah? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moshe, and said, Wherefore this thou hast brought us up out of Egypt, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst? And Moshe cried unto Jehovah, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Go on before the people, and take with you of the elders of Israel, and your rod, wherewith you smote the river, take in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that the people may drink. And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. And he called the name of the place Massah and Meribah, because the chiding of the children of Israel, and because they tested Jehovah, saying, Is Jehovah among us or not? Then came Amalek and fought with Israel in Rephidim. And Moshe said unto Joshua, Choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand. So Joshua did as Moshe had said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moshe, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. I want everyone to know that Joshua's name is the exact same name as Jesus's name. So that's a very important symbolism I would want no one to overlook. So let us continue. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Israel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. But Moshe's hand's heavy. And they took a stone and put under him, and he sat thereon. And Aaron and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side, and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Joshua discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Write this a memorial in a book, and rehearse in the ears of Joshua. For I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under sky. And Moshe built an altar, and called the name of it Yehovah Nisi, because he said, Because Jehovah has sworn, Jehovah will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. You just check. I think we have 40 chapters. Yeah. So I'm going to go more than halfway, though, so that we have a shorter amount left to finish. When Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moshe's father-in-law, heard of all that God had done for Moshe and for Israel, his people, and that Jehovah had brought Israel out of Egypt, then Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moshe's wife, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of one Gershom, because he said, I have been an alien in a strange land. And the name of the other was Eleazar, because God of my father, mine help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife unto Moshe into the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of God. And he said unto Moshe, I, your father-in-law Jethro, am come unto you, and your wife, and her 2 sons with her. And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance, and kissed him. I think obeisance would be obedience. I'm not sure. Kissed him. And they asked each other of welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law that Jehovah had done unto Pharaoh, to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and Jehovah delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the goodness which Jehovah had done to Israel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptians. And Jethro said, Blessed Jehovah, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians. Now I know that Jehovah greater than all gods, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly above them. And Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for God. And Aaron came, and all the elders of Israel, to eat bread with Moshe, and with Moshe's father-in-law, before God. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moshe from the morning until evening. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, What is this thing that you do to the people? Why sit you yourself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning to evening? And Moshe said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of God. When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another, and I do make them know the statutes of God and his Torah. And Moshe's father-in-law said unto him, The thing that you do is not good. You will surely wear away, both you and the people and this people that with you, because this thing too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give you counsel, and God shall be with you. Be you for the people to Godward, that you may bring the causes unto God. And you shall teach them ordinances and laws, shall teach them ordinances and Torah, and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. Let's repeat that one. Hating covetousness. I'm sorry to make it a sermon, but with what's going on in politics right now, where they're obsessing about covetousness, that everyone should have quote unquote equality because they covet that other people have more. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. and place over them rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And let them judge the people at all seasons. And it shall be, every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easier for yourself, and they shall bear with you. If you shall do this thing, and God command you, then you shall be able to endure. And all this people shall also go to their place in shalom. So Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Israel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every small matter they judged for themselves. And Moshe let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they to the wilderness of Sinai, because they were departed from Rephidim, and were come the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness. And there Israel camped before the mount. And Moshe went up unto God, and Jehovah called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shall you say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and I bare you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a sacred nation. These the words which you shall speak unto the children of Israel. And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Jehovah commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Jehovah has spoken, we will do. And Moshe returned the words of the people unto Jehovah. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and trust you forever. And Moshe told the words of the people unto Jehovah. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes. And be ready against the 3rd day, because the 3rd day Jehovah will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Zion. On Mount Sinai. Definitely not Mount Zion. Jehovah will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves. Go up into the mount. The word not is added. I'll just read it as they did it. And you shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall be surely put to death. There shall not one hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet sounds long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moshe went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the 3rd day. Come not at your wives. And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that in the camp trembled. And Moshe brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Jehovah descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace. And the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and grew louder and louder, Moshe spake, and God answered him by a voice. And Jehovah came down upon Mount Sinai on the top of the mount, and Jehovah called Moshe up to the top of the mount, and Moshe went up. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto Jehovah to look, and many of them perish. And let the priests also, which come near to Jehovah, sanctify themselves, lest Jehovah break forth upon them. And Moshe said unto Jehovah, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for you charged us, saying, Set bounds about the mount and sanctify it. And Jehovah said unto him, Away, get thee down, and you shall come up, you and Aaron with you, but let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto Jehovah, lest he break forth upon them. So Moshe went down unto the people and spake unto them. And God spake all these words, saying, I, Jehovah, your God, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, you shall have no other gods before you. You shall not make unto you any engraved image or any likeness that in sky above, or that in the land beneath, or that in the water under the land. Okay, well, sorry to stop you, but this word under is very key, because when it talks about the waters being under the land in the New Testament, it's just talking about the oceans being lower than the land. It's not talking about underground water. We can see that here. So, sorry for the interruption. I'll continue. But yeah, you shall not make any... I'm just going to start over. I'm not going to interrupt this part. And God spake all these words, saying, I, Jehovah, your God, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make unto you any engraved image, or any likeness that in sky above, or that in the earth beneath, or that in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down yourself to them, nor serve them, because I, Jehovah, your God, a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Jehovah, that is, thou shalt not carry the name of Jehovah your God in vain, because Jehovah will not hold him guiltless who holds his name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it sacred. 6 days shall you labor and do all your work, but in the seventh day, the Sabbath of Jehovah your God, you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that within your gates. Because 6 days the Lord Jehovah made sky and earth, the sea, and all that in them, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore Jehovah blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Jehovah your God gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that your neighbor's. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moshe, Speak you with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said unto the people, Fear not, because God is come to test you, and that his fear may be before your eyes, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moshe drew unto the thick darkness where God was. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Thus you shall say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from sky. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon your burnt offerings, and your shalom offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto you, and I will bless you. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone, for if you lift up thy tool upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay, that's actually a really good break point because it's about to go into like a more nitty gritty sort of Torah stuff. So my voice needs a rest. I might do another short intermission, another 10 chapters in just to rest my voice. So thank you, Erica. Yeah, I'm very happy with this. I guess I'm kind of made to read scripture. So let me find a good video to share real quick. Go to Grafted Church. I'll put up their thing, and then I'll be gone for... I better set the time I'm going to be gone for, huh? Let's just make it 15 minutes. I don't want to be a huge delay. So I'll be back about 3:46 to 3:50, somewhere in that 15 to 20 minutes range. And I'm just going to play this good church service as soon as I find it. I must have gone right past that. I'd probably find it faster just browsing my suggested videos, and the channel will come up. I don't even see it there. Did their channel disappear? Here it is. Oh, this looks really cool. Okay. Oh, I should be sharing this so you guys aren't bored. You could be watching me browse for it at least. Share audio. Then turn things all the way up. And I didn't want to click on the channel. I wanted to click on the exact video that was showing. Oh, whatever. It's got, if I just hover it over, it's probably this newest one.
If you actually go into any bookstore in Israel and ask for the New Testament in Hebrew, they're going to look at you as if you fell down from the moon. And
They're going to start like right away with music and stuff. Oh, we missed the shofar. Oh, they're having a good old time. Okay, there you go. So,
in the presence of my enemies, now raise a hallelujah, louder than the unbelief. Now raise a hallelujah. My weapon is a melody. Now raise a hallelujah. Heaven comes to fight for me. I'm gonna sing in the middle of the storm, louder and louder. You're gonna hear my praises roar up from the ashes. Hope will arise. Death is defeated. The King is alive. I raise a hallelujah in the presence of my enemies. I raise a hallelujah. I will watch the darkness flee. I raise a hallelujah in the middle of a mystery. I raise a hallelujah. There is Lord who's over me. So I'm gonna sing. Here we go. And I'm gonna sing in the middle of the storm, louder and louder. You're gonna hear my praises roar up from the ashes. Hope will arise. Sing it. Death is defeated. The King is alive. Sing a little louder. Sing a little louder. Sing a little louder. Sing a little louder. Hey, sing a little louder. Sing a little louder. Sing a little louder. Sing a little louder. Sing it, 'cause I'm gonna sing in the middle of the storm, louder and the middle of the storm. Louder and louder, you're gonna hear my praises roar. From the ashes, hope will arise. Death is defeated, the King is alive. Bring it down and sing. I raise a hallelujah. I raise a hallelujah. I raise a hallelujah. I raise a hallelujah. Everybody give God glory right now. All right, children, if you would like to form your own circle now, you guys did a wonderful job. Children, thank you so much. Men, you heeded the call to battle. Thank you. Don't stop. How many of you believe that we are overcomers by the word of a testimony? No, I need to hear it. How many of you believe we're overcomers by the word of our testimony? All right, would you listen to Mackenzie's then?
So I started college in fall of 2016, and with that, as a lot of women my age, whenever they start college, they get a lot of image issues and a lot of self-doubt. And when I started college, I developed anorexia and anxiety and OCD and a lot of other things. And last week before Yom Kippur, we had just a normal Shabbat service, and I've had an issue of being so in my head that I can't think straight. I have 7 thoughts running at all times, and it never stops. And during worship, it was such a powerful worship service, but I couldn't get out of my head enough to just let go and actually worship the Father. And you know, I felt ashamed of that. So when I went home that night, my sister came up to me and she said, "Hey, God wants me to tell you that he can't hear you when you're worshiping." And that was really hard for me. So, you know, we prayed about my anxiety and my racing thoughts and everything. And about a year, because I battled anorexia for about 4 years, and about a year into it, I found marijuana, and I found that was helping me, so I would use that to eat. So I used it for about 2.5 to 3 years, and, you know, that night after my sister told me that, we were praying, and it was nice. We prayed for about 30 minutes, and she was leaving my room, and she stopped, and she asked me, she said, "Are you bringing, you know, your pen with you to eat?" And I hadn't told her this, but I was planning on fasting from it to see how long I could go without having to use it. And she said, "You know, I think you're going to be healed by then." And for a sec, I didn't register what she was saying. And so I was like, "Okay, say that one more time." And so she said, no, yeah, you're definitely going to be healed by then. And so that night I was just filled with a lot of joy, and, you know, it hadn't happened, but I knew it was going to. And the next day, again, I was just really joyful, and we went to the Yom Kippur service, and I went up to Amber because she kind of knew what I was struggling with, and I just wanted to tell her what conversations I had had with my sister the night before. And, you know, she told me, you know, you need to find Chelsea Maxwell and tell her as well. So I told Chelsea, and then both of them and my sister, we prayed outside for about 20 minutes, and I just felt the burden kind of lifting. And it wasn't completely cut off, but it was lifting, and it just felt like it was melting off my body. And on the way home that night, my sister said, you know, It's not completely gone. You have one step left, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. You need to go ask the Father. And so I went home and I went in my closet immediately. I was in there for about 20 minutes. And I just got the most intense urge to just get everything I had and just throw it away. And it was in me throwing away everything. And, you know, she saw me and she followed me outside. I threw it away and she said, and now we need to rejoice. So we blew trumpets, and it was in me sacrificing my idol at the altar and then rejoicing that about 10 minutes later, I felt hunger for the first time in 3 years. Not only that, my OCD is gone, my racing thoughts are gone, and my anxiety was all healed in the same night. And after I felt the hunger, I got to fast, and it was actually me afflicting myself for Yom Kippur. And it was a new start for me. So.
All right, so this next song, it says in the bridge, because you stepped into my Egypt, you took me by the hand, you marched me into freedom, right into the promised land. And I will not forget you, God. I'll sing of all you've done. Death is swallowed up forever by the fury of your love. If you want to dance, dance. If you need to prostrate yourself, if you're going through something, if there's addictions, if there's strongholds, they leave tonight. Amen. We leave it on this floor. Amen. The King is here. Let's worship. Amen. Won't forget the wonder of how you brought deliverance and the exodus of my heart. 'Cause you found me and you freed me. You held back the waters from my release. And oh, Yahweh, it's a sign that you are with me. The fire by night is the guiding light of my feet. You found me and you freed me. You held back the waters from my release. And oh, Yahweh, 'cause you're the God. 'Cause you're the God who fights for me. Lord of every victory. Hallelujah. And hallelujah. 'Cause you have torn apart the sea. You have led me through the deep. Hallelujah. And hallelujah. Whoa. You get it now? We're going to sing about I won't forget. I won't forget. And the wonder of how you brought deliverance and the exodus of my heart. 'Cause you found me. 'Cause you found me and you freed me. You held back the waters from my release. And oh, Yahweh, 'cause you're the God. 'Cause you're the God who fights for me. Lord of every victory. Hallelujah.
Okay, I'm back. I just got to bring our scripture screen back and we'll be back into it. So, 4 of you were here for that. There was a beautiful testimony and some good worship. I know they're not the most polished musicians. I'm totally fine with that. So far it doesn't look like everyone's back, but hopefully the other people will come back too. And I'm going to get right into it. You see, okay. So here we are at Exodus chapter 21. So we are to remember during Feast of Tabernacles, which is going on now. That's why they were all partying and having a good time. We're to remember that our God delivered us out of Egypt. And so far, God has delivered Israel out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and then given them a first set of commands, a summary of commandments, traditionally called the 10 Commandments. Now, what the Bible calls the 10 Commandments, I think it's actually, we're going to read about it. I want to say it's Exodus chapter 32. And the ones we're going to read about later are the ones that are on stone in the Ark of the Covenant. The ones we just read are traditional. They're not the 10 Commandments according to God's word. And they are not in stone. Oh, dude. You cannot put 666 in my chat. Why are you like that? You should know better. We already talked about how offensive that is to me. If you want to hang out, Wildheart, because you're a cool, you're cool about things or whatever. So if you want to hang out with your name that does not have 666, I will allow that. But yeah, come on, man. I'm disappointed that you even did that. But yeah, you are welcome to listen to the Bible. This is just some worship time we're having here, Wildheart. Remembering that we were delivered from Egypt. And Egypt is sin. So, I mean, you remember when God said that he was showing that there's a separation and a difference between Egypt and Israel. Like there's a difference between the old us and the new us. And there's a difference between those who truly trust Christ and those who do not truly trust Christ. So, there's a lot going on here. This is awesome. Now these, the judgments which you shall set before them. If you buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man shall sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation he shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another, Her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free, without money. He that smites a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but God deliver into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. And if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, thou shalt take him from mine altar, that he may die. And he that smites his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive against each other, and one smite another with a stone or with fist, and he die not, but keeps bed, if he rise again and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote be quit, and he shall pay the loss of time, and shall cause to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. He shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue for a day or two, he shall not be punished, because he his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. And if mischief follow, then thou shalt give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. And if he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be quit. So quit is acquitted. Wild Heart, I thought you weren't like a troll type, and I even said that, what this is, worship, and you can listen to me read the Bible. I clearly said that, and you thought you're okay to ask trolly questions. So yeah, maybe someday you'll be unhidden. I don't know if you're interested to come back even. But man, and moderators. Okay, so this is annoying that this is happening right now, but yeah, moderators, just so you know, you guys were good to hide Wildheart as soon as he asked that question about what about thou shalt. Well, I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to add it to the video. But anyway, yeah, I'd like you guys to help me out with hiding people. I'd rather unhide someone later than have someone in chat doing problems and me not hiding them. I have basically a zero tolerance unless it's like an MDD after show or something. Yeah, so don't be shy. Please hide these people. I'm not talking about timeouts. I'm talking about hiding them. So I'm even more disappointed this time, Wildheart. Okay, so quit means acquitted. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in time past, I think that means known, or if you're aware he does that, he's done that in time past, and it hath been testified to his owner, and he hath not kept him in, but that he hath killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant, oh, hold on, I forgot the cool thing here. For me, it makes it a little less hard on my eyes, too. I'll go with this one this time, okay. If the ox shall push a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make good. Give money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if one man's ox hurt another's, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox and divide the money of it. And the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, and his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own. If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten that he die, no blood for him. If the sun be risen upon him, blood for him. He should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly, okay, I'll try to read faster. I keep trying to understand these, but I'll do that on my own time. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field and of the best of his own vineyard shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of corn or the standing corn or the field be consumed, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. And corn refers to wheat, just so everyone knows. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to keep, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he hath put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of trespass, for ox, for sheep, for ass, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which challenges to be his, which another challenges to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass or an ox or a sheep or any beast to keep, and it die or be hurt or driven away, no man seeing, shall an oath of Jehovah be between them both, that he has not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept, and he shall not make good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. If it be torn in pieces, let him bring it for a witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught any of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be in hired, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lies with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifices unto any god, save unto Jehovah only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. You shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any way, and they cry at all unto me, I surely hear their cry, and my wrath shall grow hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your wives be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to my people that is poor by you, you shall not be to him as an usurer, neither shalt thou lay upon him usury. If you at all take your neighbor's clothing to pledge, you shall deliver it unto him by that the sun goes down. So the pledge is what do they call that? So collateral. For that his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, that I will hear, because I, gracious. You shall not revile the gods, nor curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruits, and of your liquors. The firstborn of your sons shall you give unto me. Likewise shall you do with your oxen, with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with his dam. On the 8th day thou shalt give it me. I do not know what dam means there. And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat flesh torn of beasts in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to evil, neither shall you speak in a cause to decline after many to twist judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that hates you lying under his burden, and would forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not twist the judgment of your poor in his cause. Keep you far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay you not. For I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. That's referring to bribes. Okay, thank you, Wildheart. Okay. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. And 6 years thou shalt sow the land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your people may eat. And what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with your vineyard, and with your olive yard. 6 days you shall do thy work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may rest, and the son of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 years you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded you, in the time appointed of the month Abib. For in it you came out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of the harvest, the first fruits of your labors, which you have grown in the field, and the feast of ingathering in the end of the year, when you have gathered in your labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all males shall go before Jehovah God. Oh, no, I read that wrong. 3 times in the year all your males shall appear before the Lord Jehovah. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land you shall bring into the house of Jehovah your God. You shall not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. So you shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to keep you in the way, and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you shall indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto your enemies, and an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before me, and bring you in unto the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve Jehovah your God, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. There shall be nothing cast there young, nor be barren in thy land. The number of thy days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before you, and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come. And I will make all your enemies turn their backs unto you. And I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivite, the Canaanite, and the Hittite from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against you. By little and little I will drive them out from before you, until you be increased and inherit the land. And I will set your bounds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare unto you. And he said unto Moses, Come up unto Jehovah, you and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come near Jehovah, and they shall not come near, neither shall the people go up with him. And Moshe came and told the people all the words of Jehovah, and all the judgments, and all the people, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice, and said, all the words which Jehovah has said, we will do. And Moshe wrote all the words of Jehovah, and rose up early in the morning, and builded an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed shalom offerings of oxen unto Jehovah. And Moshe took half of the blood, and put in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on an altar. And he took the book of the covenant and read in the audience of the people. And they said, all that Jehovah has said will we do, and be obedient. And Moshe took the blood and sprinkled on the people, and said, behold, the blood of the covenant which Jehovah has made with you concerning all these words. Then went up Moshe and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel. And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of a sapphire stone, and as it were, the body of sky in clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Israel he laid not his hand. Also they saw God, and did eat and drink. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give you tables of stone, and a law, and a Torah, and commandments which I have written, that you may teach them. And Moshe rose up, and his minister Yeshua, and Moshe went up into the mount of God. And he said unto the elders, tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Aaron and Hur with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moshe went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. And the glory of Jehovah abode upon Mount Sinai. And the cloud covered it 6 days. And the 7th day he called unto Moshe out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of Jehovah, like devouring fire on top of the mount, in the eyes of the children of Israel. And Moshe went into the midst of the cloud, and gat himself up into the mount. And Moshe was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring me an offering. Of every man that gives it willingly, with his heart, he shall take my offering. And this the offering which ye shall take of them, gold, and silver, and brass, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's wool, and ram's skins dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod and in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I show you, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half the length thereof, and 1.5 cubits the breadth thereof, and 1.5 cubits the height thereof. And Thou shalt overlay it with pure gold. Within and without shall you overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put in the 4 corners thereof, and 2 rings in the one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark. The ark, that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark. They shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark the testimony which I shall give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold, 2 cubits and a half the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubims, gold, beaten work shall you make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherub on the one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings. And their faces, one to another, toward the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubims be. And you shall put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And in the ark thou shalt put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you. From above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubims, which upon the ark of the testimony of all which I will give you in commandment unto the children of Israel. You shall also make a table of shittim wood, 2 cubits the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of an handbreadth round about. And thou shalt make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And thou shalt make for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves to bear the table. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table may be borne with them. And you shall make the dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof, to cover withal. Pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table showbread before me always. And you shall make a candlestick, pure gold. Beaten work shall the candlestick be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers shall be of the same. And the 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, a knop and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, a knop and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick 4 bowls made like unto almonds, their knops and their flowers. And a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the candlestick. Their knops and their branches shall be of the same, all it one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. and the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, pure gold. A talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all these vessels, and to look that you make after their pattern, which was showed you in the mount. Moreover, thou shalt make the tabernacle 10 curtains, fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet. Cherubims of cunning work shalt you make them. The length of one curtain be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. Just so everyone knows, cubits is from the elbow to the tip of your fingers of a grown man. The length of one curtain be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together one to another, and 5 curtains coupled one to another. And you shall make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shalt thou make in the uttermost edge of curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that in the coupling of the second, that the loops may take hold one of another. And you shall make 50 takes of gold, I don't know what that is, and couple the curtains together with the tacks, and it shall be one tabernacle. Oh, that's just tacks, like thumbtacks. It's just spelled differently. And you shall make curtains of goats to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make. The length of the one curtain be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. And the 11 curtains of one measure. And you shall couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain outmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which coupleth the second. And you shall make 50 tacks of brass, and put the tacks into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remains of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle. And a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side of that which remains in the length of the curtains of the tent, it shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, and this side, on this side, and on that side, to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent, ram skins dyed red, and a covering above badger skins. And you shall make boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. 10 cubits be the length of a board, and 1.5 cubits be the breadth of a board. 2 tenons shall there be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shalt you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And you shall make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. And thou shalt make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side, 20 boards, and there 40 sockets silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, thou shalt make 6 boards, And 2 boards shalt thou make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto 1 ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, their sockets silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under 1 board, and 2 sockets under another board. And thou shalt make bars, shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the midst of the board shall reach from end to end. Okay. And thou shalt overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings gold, places for the bars, and thou shalt overlay the bars with gold. And thou shalt rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was shown you in the mount. And you shall make a veil, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of cunning work. With cherubims shall it be made. And you shall hang it upon 4 pillars of shittim, overlaid with gold, their hooks of gold, upon the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up the veil under the tacks, that you may bring in thither. I guess that's bring into there. I don't know. Within the veil, within the veil, the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the sacred and the most sacred. So I got to say that most sacred is Jesus, and I think the sacred is probably us. And you shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most sacred. The mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most sacred. And you shall set the table without the veil, and the candlestick over against the table on the side of the tabernacle toward the south, and you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make an hanging for the door of the tent, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars, shittim, and overlay them with gold, their hooks of gold. And you shall cast 5 sockets of brass for them. Okay. And you shall make an altar, shittim wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof 3 cubits. And thou shalt make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and you shall overlay it with brass. And you shall make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof you shall make brass. And you shall make for it a grate of network brass. And upon the net shalt thou make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar to bear it. Hollow with boards shall you make it, as it was shown you in the mount, so shall they make. And you shall make the court of the tabernacle, because for the south side southward hangings for the court, fine twined linen of 100 cubits long for one side, and the 20 pillars thereof, and their 20 sockets, brass, the hooks of the pillars, and their fillets, silver, and likewise for the north side in length, hangings of 100 long, and his 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets, brass, the hooks of the pillars, and their fillets, silver. And the breadth of the court on the west side, hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side, eastward 50 cubits, and the hangings of one side 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side, hangings 15, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court, an hanging of 20 cubits, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework, their pillars 4, and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court, filleted with silver, their hooks silver, and their sockets brass. The length of the court 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere, and the height 5 cubits, fine twined linen, and their sockets brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle, and all the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court, brass. And you shall command the children of Israel that they bring 3 pure oil, olive, beaten for the light. Okay, I think I should read more like that they bring 3 pure oil, olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. And the tabernacles of the congregation without the veil, which before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before Jehovah, a statute forever unto their generations, on the behalf of the children of Israel. And take you unto you Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, from among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. And you shall make holy garments for Aaron, your brother, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak unto all wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these, the garments which they shall make, a breastplate, and an ephod, and a robe, and a broidered coat, a mitre, and a girdle. And they shall make sacred garments for Aaron your brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take a gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and they shall make the ephod gold, blue, and purple, scarlet, and fine twined linen with cunning work. It shall have the 2 shoulder pieces thereof joined at the 2 edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the curious girdle of the ephod, which upon it, shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And you shall take 2 onyx stones, and engrave on them the names of the children of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, the engravings of a signet, shall you engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel. You shall make them to be set in ouches of gold. Okay, those are notches, or indentations of gold for them to be in, or places anyway. And you shall put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod, stones of memorial unto the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before Jehovah upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And you shall make ouches gold, and 2 chains pure gold at the ends. Wreathen work shall you make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And you shall make the breastplates of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod you shall make it. Gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen shall you make it. 4 square it shall be, doubled, a span the length thereof, and a span the breadth thereof. And you shall set in it settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. Row, a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle be the first row. The second row, an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, and agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names. The engravings of a signet, every one with his name shall they be according to the 12 tribes. And you shall make it upon the breastplate chains at the ends, wreathen work, pure gold. And you shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shalt put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And you shall put the 2 wreathen of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. And 2 ends of the 2 wreathen thou shalt fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the border thereof, which in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 rings of gold you shall make, and shall put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forefront thereof, over against the coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the sacred for a memorial before Jehovah continually. And you shall put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart. When he goes in before Jehovah, and Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon his heart before Jehovah continually. And you shall make the robe of the ephod all blue, and there shall be an hole in the top of it, in the midst thereof. It shall have a binding of woven work around about the whole of it, as it were the whole of an habergeon, that it be not rent. I have no idea what a habergeon is. Sorry. And upon the hem of it thou shalt make pomegranates, blue and purple and scarlet, around about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes in unto the sacred before Jehovah, and when he comes out, that he die not. And you shall make a plate, pure gold, and engrave upon it the engravings of a signet, holiness to Jehovah. And thou shalt put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the mitre, upon the forefront of the mitre it shall be, and it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Israel shall hallow in all their holy gifts. And it shall be always upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before Jehovah. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the mitre fine linen, and you shall make the girdle needlework. And for Aaron's sons you shall make coats, and you shall make for them girdles, and bonnets shall you make for them, because glory, for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them upon Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness. From the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they come in unto the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the sacred, that they bear not iniquity and die. A statute forever unto him and his seed after him. Excuse me. And this the thing that you shall do unto them to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread, and cakes unleavened, tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened, anointed with oil. Wheaten flour shall you make them. And you shall put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons you shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shalt wash them with water. And thou shalt take the garments, and put upon Aaron the coat, and the robe of the ephod, and the breastplate, and gird him with the curious girdle of the ephod. And you shall put the mitre upon his head, and put the sacred crown upon the mitre. Then shall you take the anointing oil, and pour upon his head, and anoint him. And you shall bring his sons, and put coats upon them. And you shall gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill the bullock before Jehovah, the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And you shall take of the blood of the bullock and put upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that covers the inwards, and the cow above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that upon them, and burn upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shall you burn with fire without the camp. It a sin offering. Excuse me. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall slay the ram. And you shall take his blood and sprinkle round about upon the altar. And you shall cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put unto his pieces, and unto his head. And you shall burn the whole ram upon the altar, it a burnt offering unto Jehovah, it a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Jehovah. And you shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then shall you kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And you shall take of the blood that upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also, you shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covers the inwards, and the cow, the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that upon them, and the right shoulder, for it a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of unleavened bread, that before Jehovah. And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shalt wave them a wave offering before Jehovah. And you shall receive them of their hands, and burn upon the altar for a burnt offering, a sweet savor before Jehovah, an offering made by fire unto Jehovah. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it a wave offering before Jehovah, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify. So, I think he's saying that's the part Moses will do in this, because I think he's talking to Moses still. And you shall sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, of which for Aaron, and of which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Israel, because it a heave offering, and it shall be an heave offering from the children of Israel of the sacrifice of their shalom offerings, their heave offering unto Jehovah. And the sacred garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. That son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days when he comes into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the sacred. And you shall take the ram of the consecration and seethe his flesh in the sacred place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that in the basket, the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate, to sanctify them, but a stranger shall not eat, because they are sacred. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations, and if any of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto morning, then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it's sacred. And thus shall you do unto Aaron and to his sons according to all which I have commanded you. 7 days shall you consecrate them. And you shall offer every day a bullock, a sin offering for atonement. And you shall cleanse the altar when you have made an atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days you shall make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most sacred. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be sacred. Now this which you shall offer upon the altar, 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And with the one lamb, 1/10 deal of flour mingled with the 4th part of an hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of an hin of wine, a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, because for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Jehovah, a continual burnt offering throughout your generations, the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before Jehovah, where I will meet you to speak there unto you. And there I will meet with the children of Israel, and shall be sanctified by my glory. I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Israel and will be their God. And they shall know that I, Jehovah, their God, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them. I, Jehovah, their God. I just need a moment. I've got to sit down now. And my body is not used to this. It's after almost 4 hours. Okay, let me see. And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Shittim wood shall you make it. A cubit the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits the height thereof. The horns thereof of the same. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof, and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof. And you shall make unto it a crown of gold round about. Excuse me. And 2 golden rings shall you make it under the crown of it. By the two corners thereof, upon the two sides of it, shall you make, and they shall be the 4 places for the staves to bear withal. What are we even talking about? What did I miss? Oh, okay. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and you shall put it before the veil that by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that over the testimony, where I will meet with you. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning. When he dresses the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lights the lamps at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Jehovah throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year, with the blood of the sin offering of atonements. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations, it most sacred unto Jehovah. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, when you take the sum of the children of Israel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Jehovah. When you number them, that there be no plague among them. When you number them, that there be no plague among them when you number them. This they shall give every one that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel after the shekel of the sanctuary, a shekel 20 gerahs, and half shekel the offering of Jehovah. Everyone that passes among them that are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering unto Jehovah. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel. When giving an offering unto the Lord, to make an atonement for your souls. And you shall take the atonement money of the children of Israel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Israel before Jehovah, to make atonement for your souls. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, you shall also make a laver brass, and his foot brass, to wash, and you shall put it between the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar, and you shall put water therein. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat. When they go into the tabernacle of the congregation, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offering made by fire unto Jehovah, so shall they wash their hands and their feet, that they die not. And it shall be a statute forever to them, to him and to his seed throughout their generations. Moreover, Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, take you also unto you principal spices, of pure myrrh 500, and of sweet cinnamon half so much, 250, and of sweet calamus 250, and of cassia 500, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of oil, olive, and hin. And you shall make it an oil of sacred ointment, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be a sacred anointing oil. And you shall anoint the tabernacle of the congregation therewith, and the ark of the testimony, and the table and all his vessels, and the candlestick and his vessels. and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering, all his vessels, and the laver, and his foot, and you shall sanctify them, that they may be most sacred. Whatsoever touches them shall be sacred. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons and consecrate them. And by the way, when it says things like whatsoever touches them shall be sacred, I think that's more like must. Whatever touches them must be sacred. So this word shout, maybe I'll start translating it must someday, but not today. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons and consecrate them, that may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall speak unto the children of Israel, saying, this shall be a sacred anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall ye make like it after the composition of it. It's sacred, and it shall be sacred unto you. Whosoever compounds like it, or whosoever puts of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, take unto you sweet spices, stacte, and onycha, and galbanum, sweet spices with pure frankincense. Of each shall there be a like, as of each shall there be the same. And you shall make it a perfume, a confection that after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure, sacred. And you shall beat of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the congregation, where I will meet with you. It shall be unto you most sacred. And the perfume which you shall make, ye shall not make to yourselves, according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto you holy for Jehovah. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, see, I have called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uri, and the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And I have filled him with the Spirit of God, in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass, and in cutting stones, to set, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And I, behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan. And in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded you. The tabernacle of the congregation, and the ark of the testimony, and the mercy seat that thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table of his furniture, and the pure candlestick with all his furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his furniture, and the laver and his foot, and the clothes of service, and the holy garments of Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil and sweet incense for the sacred, according to all that I have commanded you, shall they do. And Jehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, speak you also unto the children of Israel, saying, Amen, my Sabbaths ye shall keep, because it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that may know that I, Yehovah, that does sanctify you. Ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore, because it's sacred unto you. Every one that defiles it shall surely be put to death. Because whosoever does work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh, the Sabbath of rest, sacred to Yehovah. Whosoever does work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore, the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, a perpetual covenant. It's a sign between me and the children of Israel forever, because 6 days Yehovah made sky and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moshe, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of God. And when the people saw that Moshe delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron, and said unto him, Up, make us gods, which shall go before us. Because this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, he wot not what is become. We know not what has become of him. And Aaron said unto them, Break off the golden earrings, which in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring unto me. And all the people brake off the golden earrings which in their ears, and brought unto Aaron. And he received at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool. After he had made it, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, These your gods, O Israel, which brought you up out of the land of Egypt. Wow, that's hard to read. Okay. Okay. And when Aaron saw, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said, Tomorrow a feast to Yehovah. Oh, this is exhausting already. And they rose up early in the morrow and offered burnt offering and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink and rose up to play. And Yehovah said unto Moshe, Go, get you down, for your people which you brought out of the land of Egypt have corrupted and have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf and have worshipped it and have sacrificed thereunto and said, These your gods, O Israel, which have brought you up out of the land of Egypt. And Yehovah said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and behold, it is stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may grow hot against them, that I may consume them, and I will make you a great nation. And Moshe besought Yehovah, his God, and said, Yehovah, why does your wrath grow hot against your people, which you have brought forth out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth. Turn from you, turn from you, fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against against your people. Now, I'm just so you know, this word evil means like harm. So he's not saying God did anything wrong. He's saying, I'll just reread it. In fact, I'm going to reread this whole paragraph real quick. And Moshe, this is kind of amazing because God said he would just make the nation out of Moshe instead and not Israel at all. And Moshe besought Yehovah, his God, and said, Yehovah, why does your wrath grow hot against your people, which you have brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Egyptians speak and say, for mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from thy fierce wrath and repent of this harm against your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, to whom you swear by your own self, and said unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit forever. And Jehovah repented of the harm which he thought to do unto his people. And Moshe turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of testimony in his hand, the tables written on both their sides, on the one side and on the other they written. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing of God, engraven upon the tables. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moshe, a noise of war in the camp. And he said, not the voice of shout for mastery, neither the voice of cry for being overcome. The voice of sing do I hear. The voice of singing. And it came to pass, as soon as he came near unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing. And Moshe's anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burnt in the fire, and ground to powder, and strawed upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink. And Moshe said unto Aaron, what did this people unto you, that you have brought so great a sin upon them? And Aaron said, let not the anger of my Lord grow hot. You know the people, that they on mischief, because they said unto me, make gods which shall go before us. Because this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we know not what is become of him. And I said unto them, whosoever hath any gold, let them break off. So they gave me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Moshe saw that the people naked, because Aaron had made them naked, shame among their enemies. Then Moshe stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on Jehovah's side? Come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, thus says Jehovah, God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moshe. And there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. As Moshe had said, consecrate yourselves today to Yehovah, even every man upon his son and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe said unto the people, you have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up unto Yehovah. Peradventure, I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moshe returned unto Yehovah and said, oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them gods of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray you, out of your book which you have written. And Yehovah said unto Moses, whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. Therefore now, go, lead the people unto the place of which I have spoken unto you. Behold, mine angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them. Okay, that's the cross. That's talking about the cross right there. And Jehovah plagued the people because they made the calf which Aaron made. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, excuse me. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, depart, go up hence, you and the people which you have brought up out of the land of Egypt, unto the land which I swear unto Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, unto your seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanite, the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, because I will not go up in the midst of you, for you a stiff-necked people, lest I consume you in the way. And when the people heard these evil tidings, they mourned, and no man did put on his ornaments, because Jehovah had said unto Moses, unto Moshe, say unto the children of Israel, ye a stiff-necked people, I will come into the midst of ye in a moment, and consume you. Therefore now, put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you. And the children of Israel stripped themselves of their ornaments by the Mount Horeb. And Moshe took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the congregation. And it came to pass, every one which sought Yehovah went out unto the tabernacle of the congregation, which without the camp. And it came to pass, when Moshe went out unto the tabernacle, all the people rose up, and stood every man his tent door, and looked after Moshe, until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moshe entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended, and stood the door of the tabernacle. And Yehovah talked with Moses. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand the door of the tabernacle. And all the people rose up and worshipped, every man at his tent door. And Yehovah spake unto Moshe face to face, as a man speaks unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp. But his servant Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. Remember, Joshua, that's Jesus' name. And Moshe said unto Jehovah, See, you say unto me, Bring up this people, and you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know your name, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore, I pray you, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation, your people. And he said, My presence shall go, and I will give you rest. And he said unto him, If thy presence go not, carry us not up hence. Because wherein shall it be known here that I and your people have found grace in your sight? Not in that you go with us? So shall we be separated? So shall we be separated, I and your people, from all the people that are upon the earth. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, I will do this thing also that you have spoken, because you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name. And he said, I beseech you, show me your glory. And he said, I will make my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of Jehovah before you, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. And he said, You cannot see my face, because there shall no man see me and live. And Jehovah said, Behold, a place by me, and you shall stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in a cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away mine hand, and you shall see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. So I think we all know what that means. And hold on. Okay, I'm back. So how far have we gotten? Okay, pretty much at the home stretch. Cool. Okay. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, Hew you 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and I will write upon tables the words that were in the first tables, which you break. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with you, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount, neither let the flocks nor herds feed before that mount. And he hewed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and Moshe rose up early in the morning, and went up unto Mount Sinai, as Jehovah had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 tables of stone. And Jehovah descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of Jehovah. And Jehovah passed before him, and proclaimed, Jehovah, Jehovah, God, merciful, gracious, long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and upon the children's children, unto the third and to the fourth. And Moshe made haste and bowed his head toward the earth and worshipped. And he said, if now I have found grace in your sight, O Lord, let my Lord, I pray you, go among us, because it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. And he said, behold, I make a covenant before all your people. I will do marvels, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation. And all the people among which you shall see the work of Jehovah, for it a terrible thing that I will do with you. Observe you that which I commanded you this day. Behold, I drive out before you the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. Take heed to yourself, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you go, lest it be for a snare in the midst of you. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves, because you shall worship no other God. Because Jehovah, whose name jealous, a jealous God, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and call you, and you eat of his sacrifice, and you take of their daughters unto your sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make your sons go a whoring after their gods. You shall make you no molten gods. The feast of unleavened bread shall you keep. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread, as I commanded you, in the time of the month of Abib, for in the month of Abib you came out from Egypt. All that open the womb, mine, and every firstling among your cattle, ox or sheep. But the firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb. And if you redeem not, then shall you break his neck. All the firstborn of your sons shall you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In earing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of weeks, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of ingathering at the year's end. Thrice in the year shall all your men children appear before the Lord Jehovah, the God of Israel. Because I will cast out the nations before you and enlarge your borders. Neither shall any man desire land, when you shall go up to appear before Jehovah your God thrice in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Passover be left unto morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring unto the house of Jehovah your God. You shall not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. And Jehovah said unto Moshe, write you these words, because after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. And he was there with Yehovah 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the tables the words of the covenant, the 10 words, or the 10 sayings. And it came to pass when Moshe came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tables of testimony in Moshe's hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moshe knew not that the skin of his face shone, the skin of his face was shining while he talked with him. And when Aaron and all the children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shining, and they were afraid to come near him. And Moshe called unto them, and Aaron and all the rulers of the congregation returned unto him, and Moshe talked with them. And afterward, all the children of Israel came near, and he gave them in commandment all that Yehovah had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. And Moshe had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But when Moshe went in before Yehovah to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And he came out and spake unto the children of Israel, which he was commanded. And the children of Israel saw the face of Moshe, but the skin of Moshe's face shining. And Moshe put the veil upon his face again until he went in to speak with him. And Moshe gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together, and said unto them, These the words which Yehovah has commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done. On the 7th day there shall be to you a sacred day, a Sabbath of rest to Yehovah. Whosoever does work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day. And Moshe spake unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, This the thing which Yehovah commanded, saying, Take ye from among you an offering unto Yehovah. Whosoever of a willing heart, let him bring it, an offering of Yehovah, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen, and goat's wool, and ram skins dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones, stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate. And every wise-hearted among you shall come, and make all that Yehovah has commanded. The tabernacle, his tent and his covering, his tacks and his boards, his bars, his pillars, and his sockets, the ark and the staves thereof, the mercy seat, and the veil of covering, the table, and his staves, and all his vessels, and the showbread, the candlestick also for light, and his furniture, and his lamps, with the oil for the light, and the incense altar, and his staves, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering with his brazen grate, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver, and his foot, the hangings of the court, his pillars and their sockets, and the hanging of the door of the court, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords, the clothes of service to do service in the sacred garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office. Oh, that's the last one, to minister in the priest's office. And all the congregation of the children of Israel departed from the presence of Moshe. And they came, everyone whose heart stirred him up, and everyone whom his spirit made willing. They brought Jehovah's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the congregation, and for all his service, and for the sacred garments. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, brought bracelets and earrings and rings and tablets, all jewels of gold, and every man that offered an offering of gold unto Jehovah. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's wool and red skins of rams and badger skins brought. Everyone that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought Jehovah's offering. And every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which they had spun, of blue and of purple, of scarlet and of fine linen. And all the women whose heart stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's wool. And the rulers brought onyx stones and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate, and spice and oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. The children of Israel brought a willing offering unto Jehovah, every man and woman whose heart made them willing to bring for all manner of work, which Jehovah had commanded to be made by the hand of Moshe. And Moshe said unto the children of Israel, See, Jehovah has called by name Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur of the tribe of Judah. And he has filled him with the Spirit of God, in wisdom, in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, and to devise curious works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in the cutting of stones, to set, and in carving of wood, and to make any manner of cunning work. And he has put in his heart that he may teach, he and Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan. Them has he filled with wisdom of heart to work all manner of work, of the engraver, and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer in blue, and in purple, and scarlet, and in fine linen, and of the weaver, of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. They wrought Bezaleel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man in whom Jehovah put wisdom and understanding to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that Jehovah had commanded. And Moshe called Bezaleel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whose heart Jehovah had put wisdom, every one whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. And they received of Moshe all the offering which the children of Israel had brought. And they received of Moshe all the offering which the children of Israel had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary to make it. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise men that wrought all the work of the sanctuary, and came every man from his work which they made. And they spake unto Moshe, saying, the people bring much more than enough for the service of the work which Jehovah commanded to make. And Moshe gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, but neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing, because the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains, fine twined linen, and blue and purple and scarlet, cherubims of cunning work made he them. The length of one curtain was 20 and 8 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains all of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage in the coupling. Likewise, he made in the uttermost side of curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain which in the coupling of the second. The loops held one to another. And he made 50 tacks of gold, and coupled the curtains one unto another with the tacks. So it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains, goat's wool, for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain, 30 cubits, and 4 cubits the breadth of one curtain. The 11 curtains of one size. And he coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling, and 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain which couples the second. And he made 50 tacks brass to couple the tent together, that it may be one. And he made a covering for the tents, ram skins dyed red, and a covering, badger skins, above. And he made boards for the tabernacle, shittim wood, standing up. The length of a board, 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board, 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side southward, and 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, toward the north corner, he made 20 boards. And there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards. And 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they were coupled beneath and coupled together at the head thereof to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both corners. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets, 16 sockets of silver, under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 for the boards of the tabernacle for the sides westward. And he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. And he overlaid the boards with gold and made their rings, gold, places for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. Cherubims made he it of cunning work. And he made thereunto 4 pillars, shittim, and overlaid them with gold, their hooks gold. And he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And he made an hanging for the tabernacle door, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of needlework, and the 5 pillars of it with their hooks. And he overlaid their chapiters and their fillets with gold, but their 5 sockets brass. Okay, we're on 37 of 40. So if anyone's been able to stick around this whole time, you can marathon it with me. And Bezaleel made the ark shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. And he overlaid it with pure gold within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it. And he made staves, shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat pure gold, 2 cubits and a half the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubims, gold, beaten out of 1 piece, made he them, on the 2 ends of the mercy seat. 1 cherub on the end on this side, and another cherub on the end on that side. Out of the mercy seat made he the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubims spread out wings on high, covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their faces one to another. To the mercy seatward were the faces of the cherubims. And he made the table shittim wood, 2 cubits, the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of an handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners, that in the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear the table. And he made the staves shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold to bear the table. And he made the vessels which upon the table, his dishes, and his spoons, and his bowls, and his covers, to cover withal, pure gold. And he made the candlestick pure gold. Beaten work made he the candlestick, his shaft, and his branch, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers were of the same. And 6 branches going out of the sides thereof, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the candlestick out the other side thereof. 3 bowls made he made after the fashion of almonds in 1 branch, a knop and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almonds in another branch, a knop and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches, going out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick, 4 bowls made like almonds, his knops and his flowers, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knops and their branches were of the same, all of it one beaten work, pure gold. And he made his 7 lamps, his snuffers, and his snuff dishes, pure gold. A talent of pure gold made he, and all the vessels thereof. And he made the incense altar shittim wood, the length of it a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit, 4 square, and 2 cubits the height of it. The horns, therefore, were of the same, the horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, the top of it and the sides thereof round about, and the horns of it. Also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, to be places for the staves to bear it withal. And he made the staves shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the sacred anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. And he made the altar of burnt offering, shittim wood, 5 cubits the length thereof, and 5 cubits the breadth thereof, 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same, and he overlaid it with brass. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots and the shovels and the basins, the flesh hooks and the fire pans, and the vessels thereof made he brass. And he made for the altar a brazen grate of network under the compass thereof, beneath unto the midst of it. And he cast 4 rings, for the 4 ends of the grate of brass, places for the staves. And he made the staves shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put the staves into the rings on the side of the altar to bear it withal. He made the altar hollow with boards. And he made the laver brass, and the foot of it brass, of the looking glasses of assembling, which assembled the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he made the court on the south side southward, the hangings of the court, fine twined linen, 100 cubits. There their pillars 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side, 100 cubits, their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets silver. And for the west side, hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10, and the hooks of the pillars and their fillets silver. And for the east side, eastward 50 cubits, the hangings of the one side 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand, in that hand, hangings of 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. All the hangings of the court round about of fine twined linen, and the sockets for the pillars brass, and the hooks of the pillars and their fillets silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters silver, and all the pillars of the court filleted with silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court, needlework of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine twined linen, and 20 cubits the length, and the height in the breadth 5 cubits, answerable to the hangings of the court. And their pillars 4, and their sockets brass 4, their hooks silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters and their fillets silver, and all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court round about brass. This is the total of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moshe. The service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the priest, and Bezaleel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made all that Jehovah commanded Moshe. And with him Oholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver, and a cunning workman, and an embroiderer in blue and purple and in scarlet and fine linen. All the gold that was occupied for the work, and all the work of the sacred, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents, and 730 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver of them that were numbered of the congregation, 100 talents, and 1,775 shekels after the shekel of the sanctuary. A bekah for every man, and that's half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary. For every one that went to be numbered from 20 years old and upward, for 600,000 and 3,500 and 50. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast the sockets of the sanctuary and the sockets of the veil, and 100 sockets of the 100 talents. A talent for a socket. Now I say it like that because a talent is a lot. Really a whole lot. And of the 1,775 shekels, he made hooks for the pillars and overlaid their chapiters and filleted them. And the brass of the offering, 70 talents, and 2,400 shekels. And therewith he made the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the brazen altar, and the brazen grate for it, and all the vessels of the altar, and the sockets of the court round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. And of blue and purple and scarlet they made clothes of service, to do service in the sacred, and made the sacred garments for Aaron, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he made the ephod gold, blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. And they did beat the gold into thin plates, and cut wires to work in the blue and in the purple and in the scarlet and in the fine linen, cunning work. They made shoulder pieces for it, to couple together. By the two edges was it coupled together. And the curious girdle of his ephod, that upon it, of the same, according to the work thereof. gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And they wrought onyx stones, enclosed in ouches of gold, engraven as signets are engraven, with the names of the children of Israel. And he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, stones for a memorial to the children of Israel, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he made the breastplate cunning work, like the work of the ephod, gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. It was 80. They made the breastplate, so it was 80. They made the breastplate double, a span the length thereof, and a span the breadth thereof, doubled. I think a span is from the tip of your thumb to the tip of your pinky, probably, which is surprisingly close to the same as the front of a chest. And they set in it 4 rows of stones. Row a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This the first row. And the second row an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper, enclosed in ouches of gold in their enclosings. And the stones were according to the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names, the engravings of a signet, every one with his name, according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon the breastplate chains at the ends, wreathen work, pure gold. And they made 2 ouches, gold, and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings in the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. And the 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains were fastened in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And they made 2 rings of gold, and put on the 2 ends of the breastplate, upon the border of it, which on the side of the ephod inward. And they made 2 golden rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart of it, over against the coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. And they did bind the breastplate by his rings unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it might be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loosed from the ephod, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he made the robe of the ephod, woven work, all blue, and an hole in the midst of the robe, as the hole of an habergeon, a band round about the hole, that it should not rend, that is, it should not tear. And they made upon the hems of the robe pomegranates, blue and purple and scarlet, twined. And they made bells, pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates upon the hem of the robe, around, and between the pomegranates. A bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe to minister, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And they made coats, fine linen, woven work for Aaron and for his brothers, and a mitre of fine linen, and goodly bonnets, fine linen, and linen breeches, fine twined linen, and a girdle, fine twined linen, in blue and purple and scarlet needlework, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And they made the plate of the holy crown, pure gold, and wrote upon it a writing, as the engravings of a signet, holiness to Jehovah. And they tied unto it a lace of blue, to fasten on high upon the meter, as the Yehovah commanded Moshe. Thus was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation finished. And the children of Israel did according to all that Yehovah commanded Moshe. So did they. And they brought the tabernacle unto Moshe, the tent, and all his furniture, his tacks, his boards, his bars, and his pillars, and his sockets, and the covering of ram skins dyed red, and the covering of badger skins, and the veil of the covering, the ark of the testimony, and the staves thereof, and the mercy seat, the table, all the vessels thereof, and the showbread, the pure candlestick, the lamps thereof, the lamps to be set in order, and all the vessels thereof, and the oil for light, and the golden altar, and the anointing oil and sweet incense, and the hanging for the tabernacle door, the brazen altar, and his grate of brass, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver and his foot, the hangings of the court, the pillars and his sockets, and the hanging for the court gate, his cords and his pins, and all the vessels of the service of the tabernacle for the tent of the congregation, the cloths of service to do service in the sacred, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest and his sons' garments to minister in the priest's office, according to all that Yehovah commanded Moshe. So the children of Israel made all the work. And Moshe did look upon all the work, and behold, they had done it as Yehovah had commanded. Even so had they done it, and Moshe blessed them. Okay, last chapter. And Yehovah spake unto Moshe, saying, on the first day of the first month shall you set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and you shall put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. And you shall bring in the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And you shall bring in the candlestick, and light the lamps thereof. And you shall set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hanging of the door to the tabernacle. And you shall set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And you shall set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shall put water therein. And you shall set up the court round about, and hang up the hanging out at the court gate. And you shall take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that therein, and shall hallow it, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be sacred. And you shall anoint the altar of burnt offering, and all his vessels, and sanctify the altar. And it shall be an altar most sacred. And you shall anoint the laver in his foot, and sanctify it. And you shall bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and wash them with water. And you shall put upon Aaron the holy garments, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall bring his sons, and clothe them with coats, and you shall anoint them, as you did anoint their father, and they may minister unto me in the priest's office. Because their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus did Moshe, according to all that Yehovah commanded him, so did he. And it came to pass in the first month, in the second year, on the first day of the month, the tabernacle was reared up, And Moshe reared up the tabernacle and fastened his sockets and set the boards thereof and put in the bars thereof and reared up his pillars. And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering of the tent above it, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he took and put the testimony into the ark and set the staves on the ark and put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle and set up the veil of covering and covered the ark of the testimony, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he put the table in the tent of the congregation upon the side of the tabernacle northward without a veil. And he set the bread in order upon it before Jehovah. Oh, and he set the bread in order upon it before Jehovah, as Jehovah had commanded Moshe. And he put the candlestick in the tent of the congregation over against the table on the side of the tabernacle southward. And he lighted the lamps before Jehovah, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he put the golden altar in the tent of the congregation before the veil. And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he set up the hanging, the door of the tabernacle. And he put the altar of burnt offering at the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and offered upon it the burnt offering and meat offering, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he set the laver between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and put water there to wash. And Moshe and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet thereat. When they went into the tent of the congregation, and when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as Jehovah commanded Moshe. And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle and the table, and set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moshe finished the work. Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of Jehovah filled the tabernacle, and Moshe was not able to enter into the tent of the congregation, because the cloud abode thereon, and the glory of Jehovah filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of Israel went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. Because the cloud of Jehovah upon the tabernacle day by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel, throughout all their journeys.